Good morning, everyone. Oh my god. I legit just rolled out of bed. I had to make the stream really early today because I have plans for the rest of the day. So that's why it's really early. But it's also kind of nice to be productive in the morning and then you don't have to think about anything else the rest of the day. And it's like free to do whatever. Wait. There we go. I feel like, it was a long time ago since I did a proper stream more than book discussions. So it's pretty nice to be back. Do what I kind of like to do and have the time to do what I like to do. So we're back. Yay. I'm starting my summer course in roughly 1 month. I think I'm starting 17th of June. And as you can see on my to-do list, I have some pages that I need to have read until then. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. It's roughly 120 pages that I have to read. I will most likely do that in an hour or so, but I don't know. I also borrowed another book that is about the subject that we're going to talk about. So if I do have a lot of free time after, I kind of want to read that as well, just to be prepared for the summer course start. The first theme, let me see. The first theme, because it looks like you work in, let me see, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's 7 themes across on my summer course. And the first theme that we're going to discuss is background and concept, folk magic, blasphemy, luck, and envy in the Swedish witchcraft and Swedish witchcraft or witch trials, and how they were portrayed in literature back in the day and how they are portrayed in literature today, in comparison what we know now and what we didn't know then, and how that affected facts in different literature forms. I think it's going to be really interesting. The literature list is really, really long though. It's like 10 pages of just book lists. And most of the books are like the author have written, I'm gonna give you this in a PDF form because you can't find it in books, which is really interesting. So I'm guessing it's not a full book length, but more like chapters here and there, or different articles maybe. But we haven't gotten them yet, so I can't like pre-read them. So I have to like wait until the course starts, I presume, which is kind of annoying because I really, really want to start reading it all, considering it's a lot to be reading. But I can't have everything in life, can you? But yeah, this is my to-do list today. I have actually breakfast and washing the dishes and washing my face and teeth as well, because I haven't done that yet. I basically just rolled out of bed. I also need to make myself a cup of tea. I feel like I am not myself until I have my first cup of tea, and I haven't yet. So I need that in my life. But I think we will do a Pomodoro timer with 45 minutes study session, or whatever you want to do. You don't have to study, but focus time 45, and then we do a 15-minute break, and I'm going to mute myself during this time, and I might answer in chat as always if I see the chat, but if I'm really, really into my reading, I might not even respond in text format either. Then I will talk to you in the break time. and I think we shall start. I also decided that we will do some jazz music. I feel like that's a valid start in the morning, I think. So I'm press start, and I wish you all luck, and I will see you in 45 minutes. our first break. Let's make the music a bit lower. Oh my god. I've been reading one of the books and it's really interesting. There's so much about it that I didn't know, which I mean is a good thing. I don't want to study something that I already know, so it's pretty nice to read something that I feel I haven't really explored before. Kind of have though, when I think about it, because I've read a lot of Heliga Birgitta or Saint Birgitta from Sweden. She wrote a lot of things that she said that she saw. She said that she went to bed and then she was dreaming about how hell looked like, and she wrote it all down in like a diary, and that's when she became a saint when she died, because she was like a nun or something. I've read her work before, so I feel like I have some understanding of it. I've been reading as well. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. What have you been reading? Have you been reading anything fun? I know that you can... Wait. I have 2 books to read today. One is like 90 pages. It's the one that is here. It is basically witches, but in Swedish. And then Ondskans tid is the time of the evil, also Swedish, and that's like roughly 120 pages that I need to have read. I did make tea though. I made green tea this morning. It's a blend of rose and cherry blossom tea. It's really, really good. I've been really enjoying green tea lately. I've never been a huge green tea drinker before, but recently I find it really calming to drink. I don't know why. Before I was always like, ew, they taste like grass and I don't like it. Now I realized I think it's because I've been brewing it wrongly this whole time. And I'm old enough to know how to actually make it work now. But it's really good. I like it. Cold brew green tea changed my mornings for the better. Oh, really? I never done cold brew teas before. Everyone says it's really good, but I really like hot tea though. But at the same time, I always drink less tea in the summer because it's too hot to drink hot tea. So maybe I should try cold brew tea. Sounds tasty. Yeah, brewing correctly is important for a tasty tea. Yeah, I feel like you can't fuck up a good black tea because you just boil the water and everything. But when it comes to green tea, it's some finesse to it. You know, you have to do certain things, and like the water shouldn't be above like 60 degrees or something, 60, 70 degrees, because then you kind of burn the leaves and then it tastes bitter and stuff. That doesn't really happen with black tea. So I feel like black tea is more forgiving in that sense. I also think that rooibos tea is kind of forgiving in that sense. Steeping time and temperature is important. Yeah, that's true. Cold brew is very lazy, girl, because you just chuck the mug in the fridge overnight. Ah, I see. Maybe I should try that. I drink a lot of tea during my day, though. Like, a lot. I wonder if I can do like a pitcher. Like an entire 1 liter of tea in one go. I mean, it should work, right? I need to buy more tea, I say, as I have an entire cabinet filled with tea. But the teas that I have is more autumny and wintry, and I feel like I want some more summer teas, if that makes sense. I want something more fruity, I think, or flowery maybe. Right now the teas that I have is very more on the spicy side with different spices, and I feel like it doesn't really fit my summer vibe. Rooibos is technically not tea, but a herbal, I mean, that's true, but I don't know, I feel like it's still tea. I also really like to make tea on berry bushes leaves, like black currant leaves, like not actually black currants, but like the leaves of the bush, and you make tea on that. That's really, really good as well. There's a lot of different kind of leaves that you can take from different kind of bushes around, especially in Sweden. Like you can go out in the forest and just pluck so much and just take home and make tea on it. I do recommend. It's really good. Do wash the leaves though. Important. I have a tea word too. And I still buy more teas. I don't know what it is. It's just like, you know, sometimes you just feel in the mood for something else and then you need something else. You can't just drink the same thing, if that makes sense. But yeah, I do like tea though. But I remember I had this American tell me that, oh, but in the summer you have to drink sweet tea. But then when I looked up how to make American sweet tea, it is basically just kilos of sugar and not so much tea. It's, to me, it looks more like lemonade than anything else, but I could be wrong. Maybe I looked at a very weird video. But it was basically just packs of sugar. I suppose herbal tea can be good. Not something I've tried that much, requires more knowledge. Yeah, I guess. Is it, I don't know the English word for it, but citronmeliss, that herb, if you buy that and you brew some tea on those leaves, it's really, really good. I think it's like lemon balm in English, but I could be wrong. It's really good. It's really soothing. I had a period of my time where I drank it religiously every day, and I did it before sleep, and I felt like I did sleep better. It could be a placebo effect that, you know, people say that you will sleep better when you drink it. And then when I did, I was like, I actually am sleeping better. I don't know if it's actually was the tea or just me thinking it was the tea. I do recommend it though. It was really good. It had that lemony kind of flavor to it. I did try rosemary tea once, but that was not my thing, because I usually have rosemary on my chicken when I do like chicken fillets and stuff in the oven. And every time I drank the rosemary tea, I kind of felt like I was drinking chicken. Because I associated the taste so much to chicken, and it felt really, really wrong. So it wasn't for me. I heard it has good effects though if you want to try. I also had that you can do on nettle tea, like brännässlor in Swedish. But you take like the leaves of the nettles and try not to like burn yourself because it's gonna itch a lot. But you get some leaves and then you make tea on that, and apparently it's really, really good. I'm really scared of like getting the itches thing, so I have never tried it because I don't want to pluck them. I'm scared. But maybe one day I should try it. My favorite is raspberry leaves and blackcurrant leaves. And lemon balm, I guess. There's so much you can do with tea though. I did try white tea or a silver tea, and that's not really for me. I felt like I've tried, I think 3 or 4 different kind of white tea, and to me they kind of all tasted like puke, and I felt like this is definitely not something I will enjoy drinking. So I gave away my white tea to someone else who also didn't like the white tea, and they threw it away. But I've heard a lot of people who actually drink white tea and enjoy it. I guess taste is very subjective. To me, it was horrendous though. I did not like it. I haven't tried it myself, but you know those tea bowls that you put into like a kettle or a mug, a big mug, and then it like in the water it pops out as a flower. I heard somewhere that they look really pretty, but they don't taste as good as they look. So it's more like an aesthetic thing than actual a really good proper tea thing. White tea has its own brewing temperature. Yeah, I know. I got all the instructions on each tea, but I tried it, all of it. I even Googled because I was like, maybe the person gave me the wrong things on the packaging. So I Googled and I tried the Google way, but nothing worked. It was just horrendous. Because sometimes it's just like, I mean, you can say it's all about like, you know, brewing time and temperature and all that, but in the end, we don't like everything. Some things will still be disgusting for some people. I'm really excited about reading today. I think it's because I have really, really good books that I'm reading, which is funny because it's non-fiction and for schoolwork. Usually I don't. I mean, maybe I do. I mean, last year I was reading Greek mythology and stuff, and I was really into that as well. Maybe I'm just enjoying school more because I get to choose the courses I take every summer. When you get to decide what you want to learn. Very lovely. I heard it's really hard to get into like study languages during the summer because they don't have a lot of spots. But I've never had issues with literature spots in literature summer courses. I don't think it's that many people who wants to read literature, which is kind of sad. But I mean, it's good for me because you know I get into it. Oh, okay, we're starting again. Let's get going for another 45 minutes and I will see you on the next break. Good luck, everyone. We are on our second break. Yay! I've been starting to have really dry hands. It gotten worse the past few days, and I think it's due to work. I think it's like both because it's very hot and sunny these days, but I also think that, you know, working in a library surrounded by paper, it's very, like, the air is very dry at my work. So and you know, you wash your hands a lot because some books, when they are returned to the library, are sticky and disgusting because some people don't actually care about library books. So you know, you desanitize your hands a lot and wash your hands a lot. So my hands are like really, really dry and itchy. I think I need to because the hand cream that I have, I don't think it's like thick enough. I think I need to buy myself a better hand cream because the one I have now is more like a fancy one that I got in. It was like in a spa kit, and it was like a shower gel, and it was like a hand cream or something, or hand lotion. But I think it's more for the scent, and I don't think it's actually a good lotion. I think I need to buy a better, more thick, deep lotion that actually will do something. My right hand is worse than my left, which makes sense because I'm right-handed and I work more with my right hand, and I touch books more with that hand, or paper, or whatever you want to say. So far, you know, the book I'm reading right now is really horrible. Like, not horrible that it's bad. Like, it's really good. Like, don't get me wrong. It's really, really good. But, like, the things in it, like, I knew the witch trials were going to be bad, but I didn't think it was going to be that bad. The way that they used to torture these poor women, and they also wrote like a law book about what women do and how they are to spot a witch in your city or village. And that's just basically human behavior in it, you know, like, oh, she cries. That must mean she's a manipulator, and she's using her innocence to lure men or something. So she must be a witch because she cries. But if she doesn't cry at all, she's also a witch, because clearly Satan hates poor or like weak women. So if you don't cry, it means you're still a witch, because you're in cahoot with Satan himself. So it's like you just needed to be a woman basically during these trying times. It also shocked me to know that 300 women were tortured and killed in the witch trials in Sweden, and it was like 15 men and 8 children. But that's like a lot in just Sweden alone. Oh, hello, Scarlett. I can't stay long, just stopping by to say hello. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing good this day. I am reading books for my summer course in Swedish witchcraft and the witch trials in Sweden. My summer course starts in a month, basically, I think. 17th of June. Yeah, it definitely legit 1 month today. And I'm trying to get ahead of time and read as much as possible, because the literature list is like 10 pages long. So I do read very fast, but there's a lot of non-fiction works that we need to read, and a lot of scanned papers from like old books, which is hard to like see the text on and decipher what they say. So it takes longer to read for me than it usually does. Usually, you know, I can read like 800 or 900 pages a day, but that's fictional work, you know, and fictional work usually it goes fast. But then when you read non-fiction, you suddenly have to use your brain. And then you read something and either you kind of be like, that name I don't know, and you kind of like want to look up that person or that name, or you want to look up some other information around something. So then you have to like stop and Google, and you be like, oh, okay, and then you continue reading. So nonfiction definitely takes longer, which is one of the reasons I don't usually read nonfiction that often. Which probably is bad. I should probably read more. But it's fun though. It's just such a horrible topic to read about, because you can literally, like, the hatred for women is really seeping through when you read about the witch trials. Like, you can tell that the people who started this, like the Cramper dude, who wrote the guide to find a witch, is just basically hating on women for being women, you know? So interesting. And they hide behind religion and say it's due to religion and stuff. It's also like horrible. I read one case about that one woman who had like her entire village like pointed her out to be a witch. Even her 5 grown-up children made up stories about how she used witchcraft on them when they were hurt and stuff, and she could heal broken bones and things. And she was like, no, that never happened. And like, how can you make up stories, and even stories about your own mother? It baffles me. Especially when they do have the witch trials, they don't like ask you if you done it. They basically start with, you have done it, and you have to say that you have done it, because we don't accept anything less or anything else. So you have to confess to your sins and whatever witch stuff you have done. And they lie to you and say that if you do confess, we're not gonna kill you. But then when you do confess, they take that promise back and say, we're gonna burn the witch, you know? But if you don't confess, they will torture you until you either die or you do confess. So as soon as someone points you out to be a witch and you're going to be put into a trial, the trial is basically a death doom. You just have to decide if you want to have it publicly displayed and be burnt, or if you want to be tortured for months and months until your body can't take it anymore. And that's crazy to me. They were also said that they could have a lawyer if they wanted to, but no one wanted to be a witch trial lawyer, because if you were trying to help someone who was said to be a witch, people would like put their eyes on you as well, and you would also be under a trial per se. It's just sad. And a lot of the stories that I've read so far in the book, or books, because I'm reading multiple books, it's very much like, oh, I didn't have food and my big sister ate the last piece of loaf that we had and I was hungry, so I wanted her to leave, so I decided to call her a witch to have her be removed because then I will have more food. So it's not even like, you know, like you think you saw something. It's just people blaming people because they want to get rid of them for some reason. It's really interesting though. I'm really happy I decided to read this course. I'm learning so much. I will soon be a witch myself, maybe. It's also very interesting, especially like in Swedish culture, because in the Viking Age we had the vulva, or I think it's vulva. I don't remember the entire name, but that woman is like an old woman who can see into the future, and she speaks to the gods, the Norse gods, and she knows much about traditions and how things need to be done, and what do we do if we see dark clouds on the horizon and stuff. And they were not witches per se, because the word witch was not invented back then, but if you look at it, they were like doing the things that people accused women of in the 1600s and the 1400s. So technically we have had witches in our history and culture. So it's very interesting that Swedes really went from believing in the Norse gods and the Vikings, and then suddenly when Christianity came, that fear of the unknown. I wish there was a fun way to interact with mythology in these recent times. Back then, we had Age of Mythology, which... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's so true. I do love mythology, though. Like, I am not a very religious person, so to speak. I think I'm like... I read way too much books to feel like it makes sense with a person in the clouds. But somehow I just feel like if I was going to be very religious, I would 100% want the Norse gods, because they were kind of cool, you know. But I think I'm way too much of a realist. But at the same time, I'm very like, but we don't know. So I can't say that's not true because we don't know. So, I do respect people who are religious though. I wish I could be more religious, but I don't. I need facts or something. Regarding Norse, I've learned was that it was a particularly difficult. I mean, the Norse gods and the Vikings were very like against Christianity for a very long time. So when they started, I know that we celebrate Christmas, for example, not the 25th, but the 24th, because that's when we have Winterblut in the Norse mythology. So Christianity had to like compromise and say, okay, can we celebrate the same day? Teehee. And the Vikings were like, whatever. So I think it's like, it was a hard shift, I think, between. But I mean, isn't that like with everything though? It's always like hard to shift people from one thing to another. Like Christianity was seen as a cult for a very long time, especially by like the Romans. So it's very interesting that Christianity today is one of the biggest religions out there, like one of the big that many people practice under, considering how it was viewed back in the day. Oh, we're starting our next focus session. Good luck, everyone, and I will speak to you during next break. back. Isn't this our third break, I think? Yeah. It's going pretty good, I think. For me, at least. I don't know how it's going for you guys. I read 90 pages in my first book. The one about Swedish witchcraft. When Satan swept over Sweden. It's called Häxor, which means witches. The book was published 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago maybe. So it's very, very new. It's very new in the publication. And it's really interesting. I like the way many non-fictional books are written with like a lot of facts, which, I mean, that is what they are. But this book is very... they've taken actual victims and they're writing about the facts but surrounding all the victims. So you have to go like one witch trial after another, and then they kind of like add the facts in, like, and this was because of blah 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 blah, and then this happened in the witch trial, and that was the reason because of blah 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 blah. So they kind of taking background in actual cases, which I think is really interesting, and I really like that. It gives you like a more personal view than instead of just, you know, spitting facts, so to speak. But I think it's pretty good. I've read 90 pages, but I'm so invested in it that I kind of want to continue reading. But it is not in my syllabus, so it is not actually on my literature list. I only borrowed it from the library I work at because I know it is the same subject and I wanted to have like more information, as much information I can on the subject. So I will continue reading it, but maybe not now, because the other book, Ondskans tid, as you can see on my list here, that I have all the pages that I need to have read. I need to have read them on 17th of June. It's 120 pages. I will most likely read them today. I kind of already read this book because it's written by one of my favorite Swedish historians. It is... How long is the entire book, really? I think it's 415 pages in total. And this is a purely non-fiction book with just facts and a lot of pictures. I do like that he always incorporates a lot of pictures from old scripts and old paintings that's relevant to the subject that he's talking about. The first theme of the course I'm gonna do, we're gonna talk about the background and the word witch and witchcraft and why it came to be, like the concept of folk magic and blasphemy and envy of people and all that. So the chapters that we're supposed to read by Dick Harrison, the author, is starting in Rome and Greek mythology and literature. They're talking about Euripides, who have written about Medea, because she was seen to be a witch back in the day. You also have Lamia, who was raped by Zeus, and she has also been portrayed as a witch. Hecate, Kirke. Yeah, there's a lot of them that they are talking about. I already know most of the facts because, one, I already read this book, but I want to reread it because I read it when it came out, and I think it came out like 2021 or something. It's a few years ago. 22 it came out, so it's like 3 years ago. So I kind of want to freshen up my memory before the course starts. So most of it I kind of already know, but it's always good to like freshen up the memory of everything. And sometimes when you read a book, you see things that you didn't see the first time, especially when it's a nonfiction book, because sometimes I think I space out when I read them and I start like thinking about other things. So if I reread a nonfictional book, I'm like, I didn't know that, or I didn't see that the first time, and it's probably because I was spacing out when I was reading those passages before. It happens to the best of us. What can I say? But it's really interesting. The only thing that's sad about the book that we need to read, Ondskans tid by Dick Harrison, is very... It's not Sweden based. The other book that I was reading, 90 pages of, the witch book, it's very much based on Swedish trials. So yeah, I feel like that makes it, I mean, it's still interesting, obviously, but it is always more interesting when it gets closer to you. I know that further on in the book, Dick Harrison talks about the North and the Nordic countries, and then he also starts talking about specific places in Sweden. So he will get there, but right now it's very everything, the background of everything. And I mean, the witch trials they didn't start in Sweden. I have a recognition that the first witch that was burned in Switzerland, but I could be wrong there. I think that we still had witches that were like killed in the Roman time. I think we had some sort of witch trial in the Roman era as well, but I also feel like they were not called witches, so it wasn't really a witch trial because it had nothing to do with Christianity as a religion. But when you think about the facts why the people were executed, it had to do with witchcraft in a sense. But I think the first Christianity witch trial was in Switzerland, but I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But I have a very vague memory of reading that somewhere. Speaking of Switzerland, today is Eurovision, which is being held in Switzerland, in Basel. Today is the finals of it, and I'm really excited for it. I'm a huge Eurovision fan, so it's always fun to watch it, in my opinion. I'm also Swedish, so we take it very, very serious, obviously. But I like it. It's always fun to see what kind of song people send, and I feel like this year is a very good year. I always liked when the countries send music in their own language. Sometimes, maybe a song or an artist wins with a song in their language, but then it's being translated into English for Eurovision so that everyone will understand it. But I kind of feel like that loses some of like the oomph of the song, because sometimes translations doesn't sound as good. And I'm really happy that so many people are singing in their mother language. I find that very nice. But I also felt like there was a lot of people who couldn't sing this year. I don't know. A lot of people said that they were sick and they had like issues with their voice and voice cracking. Because I could feel like, especially on the second semifinal, you can tell like a lot of people did not have the voice to carry their songs live, because it's against the rules to have playback. You have to sing live. So a lot of songs sound really good in the music video, but then when you saw them live, either the artist didn't they couldn't handle the song with their voice because their voice were too weak, they had voice cracks, or I kind of felt like a lot of artists, they were just on stage singing. They were not like owning the stage, if that makes sense. Like sometimes you can see like some artists, they're just on stage doing their performance and singing, and then you have the artist who just, you can feel that they are super comfortable on stage and they feel like this is my place and you will love me, kinda. And I feel like that makes a huge difference when you're viewing the show. Just went on tangent on Eurovision here. I feel I could talk about it for hours, to be honest. It's gonna be fun to see who wins this year. I feel like this is the first year where I actually don't care. I feel like I don't mind anyone winning, but mostly every time Sweden have sent someone, it's always been one of my favorite songs. So it's always been like, yay, I wish Sweden wins. This year they sent, well, it was not my favorite, at least. It's nothing wrong with the song and they can sing and it's a good song, but it wasn't my favorite in the Swedish competition. So this year I'm more like, I don't mind if Sweden loses. I don't mind if Sweden wins. I don't mind if another country wins. Like, I don't feel like I have a preference this year, which kind of makes Eurovision more fun to watch because I feel like I'm not that super invested and I don't have that much burning feeling. Because usually, you know, when you get like all that into it, it's always the hatred. There's so much hatred in the Eurovision community on who's gonna win and who has the better act and everything. And I feel like I'm not in that circle this year, and it's very liberating. Very nice. I also feel like I'm getting hungry. I did wake up really early. I kind of want to have lunch already? Question mark? I mean, it is 11 o'clock. Can you eat lunch at 11? Maybe. Maybe I didn't eat enough for breakfast. I only took like some crackers. I kind of want to have porridge. Porridge is pretty good. I'm also out of tea, so I need to make more tea. Or maybe I should make myself something else. Maybe I should not drink so much tea. I don't know. I don't know. Someone told me, or a doctor told me that I probably drink too much tea because tea, for every cup of tea, you need to drink at least 1 cup of normal water. Because tea is apparently very drying for you on the inside or something like that. I don't know what it's called in English, vätskedrivande, something. And I need to drink more water apparently because I don't drink much water. And I told the doctor, I was like, but I don't drink water because I drink tea. And he told me drinking tea is not healthy. You need to drink as much water. If I see diuretic, is that the English word for vätskedrivande? Diuretic? That sounds really weird. Never heard that word before. Kind of funny though. I should really get better at drinking water though. I'm really bad at it. One thing at a time, am I right? Always something. Oh, I see the break is soon over and we will start another productive time. Good luck, everyone, and I will see you after. And that's another break time. Whoa. Hello, Tech. Your train is late. Oh, that's unfortunate. How are you doing otherwise? Are you going on a trip? That's kind of nice. I've been reading a lot. I finished 90 pages in Witches, and then I'm reading Evil Time Through History about witchcraft. And I read roughly 60 pages. I need to read to 68, so getting there, I suppose. But my dad called me during this focus time, and he wants me to come and do some stuff in the yard. So I kind of need to end my stream here to go and help my dad. And maybe that's good, because we've been working and studying for 4 hours and being very focused and doing a lot of things. So maybe it's time to relax and do something else. Unfortunate, but not uncommon. Yeah, same here. It's so weird though. Like, it's so common with trains not going and working. Especially in Sweden, we have issues with like wet leaves on the tracks, and that's apparently dangerous. So when it's raining and the leaves are falling from the trees, train don't work. And we also have trains that don't work in snow. And we all know we have snow in Sweden, which is weird that we don't invent something to make that work. I don't know. It's so weird. I'm doing good. Finally had some proper sleep. Oh, that's so nice. And some friend drama cleared up. Oh, that's also nice. It's never fun with drama. I have some stuff going on in my real life, and it's just, it's so draining somehow, you know? But I did get a lot of sleep though. I got 9 hours sleep tonight, so that's pretty cool. I think I also needed it because I don't have any, I mean, I do have my chronic pain because it is chronic, but it's the normal level of pain, so it's not unbearable pain right now. So that's nice. I'm really tired though. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna clear up. I think I'm at some sort of dead end with that. So it might just be me needing to move on. Which I don't think is gonna be that hard because I've been without the person for a few days and I'm not really feeling like I'm missing too much. I kind of feel like I don't think they it affected my life that positively. So I kind of feel like maybe I'm not actually missing out on that much and it's not that much to fight for. I feel like I probably did more for the person that they ever gave me. And sometimes you just have to realize that some people you can't have in your life. They're just too draining, too dramatic, too not fitting into your way of living, if that makes sense. So we will see. I'm on a break right now, so we will just see whatever we decide to do later on, but I don't, at this point, I just feel like whatever. Yeah. I mean, of course. I feel like I'm not so sad in losing that. I feel like I'm more sad in not realizing it sooner. And that I've been giving the person 2 years of my life. Kinda. And I've been like setting aside stuff that I want to do to be supportive and be there for that person. So it kind of feel like I've been giving a lot of time and energy that I could have placed on myself or do other things. And it just, I don't know. I feel like I'm more mourning the loss of time than anything. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, to be honest. But life moves on, as they used to say. At the moment, I'm also had people like that too. Yeah. Like, I think it would have been like easier if it would have been friends and not relationships, though, because I feel like if it's just a friend, you can just slowly, not like ghost them, but you could like slowly not hang out with them as much or not call them as much. But when you're in an actual romantic relationship, it's more it's harder, I guess. I don't know. But at the moment, I feel like I finally have time for things, you know? I don't have to sit in calls and support and be there for that person every waking hour. So I can read, I can finally do handiwork that I like to do. I can sew again, I can embroidery again, I can do crosswords or cross-stitching again. I can play games again. I can play VR, I can make content, I can be streaming again without having to see if it works for that person's lifestyle and if I can have a few hours off to not, you know. So I kind of feel a sense of freedom in I can do whatever I want to do again, which is nice. Yeah. It's just kind of sad, you know, when you realize that you give everything and that the other person don't think like that and they think they can make their dreams come true because, oh my God, you're so supportive and you do everything for me. You do all the chores, you do all the cooking, you are the one that provides money for the household and pays for all the bills, pays for all the trips that we take and everything. So I can just be lazy around and do whatever I want to do and then take a huge decision that affects both of us but doesn't bother talking to me about it. Annoying. I just feel like, you know, when you're going to be in a relationship, you should like, it doesn't have to be 50-50 because it's never 50-50 all the time, but it should be a sense of we're working towards the same goals and we want to do the same things, not I'm gonna use you to have whatever I want in life. I meet a lot of those people though, a lot of people who want to use. A very draining decoration, yeah. And then, you know, you can be like, but he's nice. Yeah, but being nice shouldn't be everything. Because, you know, now that I've been free insertion for a few days and week, I kind of feel like I'm not losing much, and that makes me start to think, what was I ever given in return for everything I gave? What is it I'm missing out on now that we're on kind of like a break? And I can't find it. It was just like work, do things, take, but not so much give back. But they were nice about it, I guess. It's almost like, my other ex, I told Gina, she was like, but he's really bad, and he kind of very manipulative and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but my other boyfriend, he was abusive and he would hit me. And this guy, he doesn't hit me. And Gina was like, yeah, but what else does he do? He doesn't do anything. You have to do everything. Just because he doesn't hit you doesn't mean he's a good guy. And I was like, yeah, my bar is pretty low, I guess. Yeah. I don't, sometimes I also feel like maybe I'm too old to start something new or look for something new, because most people in this age that I am already is divorced one time, or they have 3 kids or whatever. So it's like, don't want to get married again, or don't want to have more kids because they already have kids, or, all the good ones are already taken. So it's like, it is a threshold in feeling I'm too old to move on. Should I just settle for this lesser life and miss out on my dreams just to make that person happy with their dreams? I feel like, I don't know, I feel like at this point, I'm just gonna be single and have 10 cats and just unhappy for the rest of my life. Like my aunt, but she's getting married now, I guess, but she's still 60 years old and she's getting married. But I want babies, I want kids, and that's like the horrible part. I just want to find someone I can have a family with, but people are just like, nah, I have babies, or nah, I want to do this first, or nah, I'm gonna do that first. And it's never, I don't know. People are not at the same place in life where I am that works for me, So it's always like, should I settle and miss out on that for the rest of my life and feel resentment towards that person just because he's nice? I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling now and just trauma dumping, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's just the fear of ending up alone that's just making me stay. And the thing is, I know that when I do like someone, I give them legit everything of myself and my life. So I think that people, they take me for granted after a while and just like keep taking because they're so used to me giving them things. So when I'm getting drained and feeling like I'm not getting anything back, they be like, oh, if you can't do this for me, it's either that or you leave. And I'm like, okay. That's rude. Like, I understand people wanting to like do their dreams, and I don't want to stand in the way of people's dreams. But when you're in a relationship, I feel like that should be at least discussed or talked about, because it will affect other people if you decide to change your entire lifestyle and life future just because that's your dream. There should be some sort of us in a relationship as well. Missed a bunch? Oh no, I'm sorry. Hi, hello. We're actually, I'm going to end the stream, mostly because I need to go to my dad and not help him. I'm renovating my kitchen at the moment, because that's something I put on ice when I was in my relationship, because the plan was he was going to move here and we were going to decorate the entire apartment together. But realizing that that's not going to happen anymore, I have decided I'm going to finally renovate the apartment to my liking, and I don't care about anyone else right now because I want to feel happy in my apartment. And I don't have that much furniture right now because I lived in a very bare, minimalistic apartment due to waiting. So I have gotten myself a kitchen table, and I am repainting it because it was blue and I want it to be like vintage beige or vintage white. So I am painting it right now. So that's kind of nice. At least I got to catch the end. Yeah, I'm sorry I had such an early stream. It's because on Discord later tonight we're going to watch Eurovision together. And I knew I was going to go and paint the table. But I do have a video coming out tomorrow, so I'm really excited for that because I actually have time to make videos again because I don't have to place all my time and effort to other people anymore. So I have that coming, so that's nice. I will most likely need to have more study streams though because I have a lot and a ton to read for my upcoming summer course in witchcraft. So look forward to that. I think that I might do Mondays and Wednesdays because that's the days I don't work evening shifts. But I haven't decided yet. It's 3? Oh, I see. I usually not awake at this time. Oh no. You should definitely get to sleep then. But thank you for everyone who have been here and have studied, and good job to everyone because everyone told me they've been reading a lot, and that makes me happy that I can help with focus and relaxation. And I will see you guys soon again. Have a lovely day. Bye bye.